I think we're basically set up. Let's check a couple more things. Hello, Sarah. How are you? Sarah, how was the weather in Chicago today? If you're just joining us, welcome. I'm Marcus Holmes, chair of the government department here at William & Mary. It's One Tribe, One Day, and we're trying to raise money for the department. So my plan is try to be on the treadmill pretty much all day long, hoping to raise some money for our students, faculty, travel, sending students to conferences. Every little bit helps. All right, so here's the deal. Looks like we have a few folks watching us now. We're trying to get to 250 donors, which unlocks a gift for the department. So, minimum donation is $5. Anything above that would obviously be greatly appreciated, but we're trying to hit 250. It's 8 a.m.-ish. We have 12 so far, so we're off to a good start. But if you feel inclined to give $5 or more, that'll be greatly appreciated. I'm going to try to keep my tally up to date, but it requires me editing on the computer while running, which is a little bit tricky, so I might be a little bit behind. Feel free to drop in the chat, say hello. If you're an alumni, student, faculty member, random person who found this on the internet, say hello. Hi, Kate. Good to see you. We're here from you in the chat. Have the attention of the Wood Tribe One Day Strategy Room. I love it. Where is the strategy room? Hi, Kate. Good to see you. We're here. If you're curious what's on the screen, so we have this program called Zwift, which is sort of like an online running and cycling platform. Well, not sort of, it is. And it allows you to run or cycle with other people on the internet. And so it's connected sometimes to your treadmill directly. Sometimes you have to use a different, like, foot pod or something like that. But the basic idea is the pace that I'm running on my treadmill now is being reflected in Zwift. And that's also where I can keep track of my pace, how far I've gone, how long I've been running, and things like that. So it's a nice way to kind of communicate with other people while you run, but also allows you to keep track of everything and show folks what's going on. It's a really cool program. Thanks, Film My Run, otherwise known as Steven Cousins. Hope you're doing good, buddy, over in the UK. How's the weather in Worthing? Thanks, Steven. I'll try to tune in to your Film My Run or Zwift Run Live later. Workout Wednesday. I'm not going to do the workout, but I'll pop in. So as Sarah points out, on Zwift at the moment, although it's kind of hard to verify this, but we believe it's true, I think I have the most miles logged on Zwift on a treadmill. There's another user who uses sort of like an elliptical machine, so I think that's in a slightly different category, but if we're going by like running, traditional running on a treadmill, I believe I have the most miles. I'm approaching 20,000 miles. I think I'm like 300 miles away from 20,000 miles on the platform. So that's quite a bit. I don't think I'm going to get there today, but probably within the next few weeks I'll hit 20,000. Should be nice. We're already up to 14 donors, almost $1,400. We've been streaming for 15 minutes, so that's quite good. Keep it coming. Trying to get to 250 donors. I think we'll get there. $1,400 already. That's great. One pretty cool thing about One Tribe One Day is how international it is. So in Asia last night, in the U.S. time, One Tribe One Day had already started. So alumni in Tokyo and Malaysia, Singapore, China were able to basically have get-togethers, fundraising events. You know, it was not even One Tribe One Day yet here, but they were able to start early. It was pretty neat. Some folks were asking how fast I plan on running. This is really just about trying to stay on the treadmill as long as possible. So might do some walking, some kind of easy jogging. Not really doing a race here, but more just kind of trying to be here most of the day if I can. All right, just hit 15 donors, $13.95. Thank you for whoever that was, with the 5 getting us the 15. Our goal is 250 donors. We need 236 to go. Sounds like a lot, but I think we'll get there. $2,000 is going to be here before you know it. I think the most common question I've gotten since I proposed this idea is why? And I say, why not? All right, so if you're just joining us, I'm Marcus Holmes. I'm chair of the government department. I'm running all day to raise money for our department. What that means is raise money for student faculty research collaboration, sending students to conferences, funding internships, supplementing internships. And so your support allows us to do that. So I'm going to try to stay on my treadmill as long as I can today and try to raise money. Our goal is 250 donors. That's a goal anyway. 250 donors. And we have 15 so far. We've only been doing this for 30 minutes, so that's pretty good. And I'm going to be here all day. You can check in with me. It's not a race. I'm going to do some walking. I'm going to do some running, some jogging. All kinds of different stuff. I'm going to eat later on the treadmill. That should be enjoyable to watch. So, stick around. Say hi in the chat on YouTube if you want. If you're a student or alum, say hello. Have any questions, let me know. I actually do reasonably well talking while running, if I'm running slow enough. So if you have any questions or want me to tell a story, let me know. So we are right about 5K or so. Pretty good. That screen you see of a sort of animated person running, that's me in a program called Zwift. which allows you to run with other people on the internet. And it's a nice community. But it also will tell you how far I've gone and how long I've been running. So it's about 8:30 here on the East Coast. Been running for 30 minutes. Covered about 3 miles. You take it nice and easy. Whoa, 16 donors, $18.95. Well done. All right, let me update the tally here. You know, it's tricky doing this running with a laptop. I underestimated how hard it would be to update these figures. We'll get it done. So that's $18.95. Wow. All right. 2,000 is right around the corner. $2,000 coming up. If you would like to challenge me to do something fun, let me know. I have exclamation point challenges that you can put in the YouTube chat. The tricky thing is I thought the system was going to alert me about who was donating at any given time, but I think I can only see, or how much they were donating. I think I can only see who, but not how much. So have to be on the honor system if you want to challenge me and have me do something like run a mile at 10% incline or something horrendous. But I'm happy to do it. So some other questions people had is, or are, how are you going to go to the bathroom if you're going to be on the treadmill all day? Well, you know, not literally on the treadmill all day. I'm going to allow myself a bathroom break here or there if I need to. I think that's sensible. But the gist, the intent, the spirit of the thing is to be on the treadmill as long as I can. But I will go to the bathroom if I have to go to the bathroom. Whoa, we have crossed over the 2,000 barrier. We have 19 donors, $2,095. All right. I want to thank whoever got us over 2,000. That's amazing. 19 donors, $2,095. Time to update the spreadsheet. I have to admit, I did not think that we would be over $2,000 38 minutes into our little event today. So that's amazing. Thank you. Some people have also asked, if I get bored, what am I going to do? Well, I think it's going to be difficult to get bored with all the donations coming in. Hopefully they keep on flowing in like they have been already this morning. But I also have iPads and things to keep me occupied. YouTube, I could watch Netflix. But I doubt I'm going to need any of that. Especially if people pop in and chat and say hello, ask questions. So it's 8:40 in the morning here in Williamsburg. I'm streaming, by the way, from my home office. Was going to try to set up a treadmill in Chancellor's, but that's a little tricky. And this is good because I have bathroom and a kitchen and everything I need right here. But Williamsburg, Virginia, live streaming, one tribe, one day. Whoa, 20 donors, $2,200. Wow. All right, 20 donors already. 2,200. We've been doing this for 41 minutes. 2,200. Excellent. Couple of the recent donations: Jeff Barnes, Betsy Morris, Deborah Duncan, Elizabeth Keppel, David Kelly, Kathy Pollock. Thank you guys. Charles Schimmer. Amazing. 20 donors already. $2,200. We're getting there. We're getting there. Whoa! 2,800. 22 donors now. 2,800. You guys are donating so fast I can't even keep up with the spreadsheet here. Holy smokes. Okay, 22 donors. Excellent. And this is 2815. I update the spreadsheet, and then you guys donate almost immediately. I gotta say, I was not expecting to be at almost $3,000 with 22 donations 45 minutes in. It's not even 9 a.m. The workday hasn't even started. Unbelievable. Thanks, everybody. Got to apologize in advance to the good folks at Swim Library, who I borrowed this microphone from. I think it might be a little sweaty when I return it, but I'm going to do the best I can. All right, so we're almost at 5 miles, it looks like. And also, we are, actually we're past 5 miles. Nice. Almost at $3,000. I think we're gonna hit 3,000 before 9 a.m. That'd be my guess. $23 donors now. 23. $2,835. Wow. Amazing. Lots of anonymous gifts coming in. Thank you, anonymous folks. But that was amazing. 23 donors. Under an hour. Excellent. 2835. Okay, guys, we're at 2935. So close to 3,000. Will we get to 3,000 in the first hour? If we do, that means we will have raised $3,000 in an hour. Wow. That's pretty good. Pretty good. 24 donors, 2935. The minute I update the spreadsheet, you guys donate again. I love it. All right, so that was a $100 donation. Amazing.
Keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the
So if you look at the Zwift box, the animated running thing, you'll notice that you see me, but you also see somebody running next to me. So that's how this works. The person next to me is Sarah Jacobson, good friend who we met on Zwift actually, through the Film My Run, Zwift Run Live channel. Stephen Cousins out in the UK who popped in earlier. And so she's in Chicago, I'm in Williamsburg, Virginia, and we're running together. And she can text me, I can text her. Sometimes people set up Discord servers so you can actually chat, like audio-wise. So it's pretty neat feature. So everybody say hi to Sarah. $25 donors. $29.40. We're just shy of 3,000. Unbelievable. 25 donors. Almost $3,000 in 1 hour. Not bad. So my good friend Mackenzie, a government faculty member, just pointed out that doing this the day after Cory Booker did his 24-hour plus speech, I guess I'll call it, performance, endurance event, didn't even go to the bathroom, as I understand it, makes me look a little lackluster. So I'm going to have to up my game today. You don't want to follow Cory Booker. That's the problem. He was pretty impressive. But I'm going to do the best I can. We're 1 hour in. And, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Cory Booker, that was pretty good. Yeah, so Mackenzie was listening to the stream. Didn't even realize I have a mic. I do. I can talk to the people. I can answer questions. And as I said before, if you are a student, alumnus, alumni, faculty member, random person on the internet who stumbled across this and is wondering what is going on, feel free to say hello in the chat, and I will say hello back. Okay, so just to reiterate what our goals are for today, we want to reach 250 donors. That's goal number one, unique donors. We are currently at 27, which is pretty good. About an hour in, 27 donors, that's good. And we are at $2,955. Also excellent, just shy of 3,000. We're on our way to a big day, I can feel it. I'm going to update the spreadsheet right now. Delicate procedure that requires me to get my laptop and change these figures so that they update on the screen. And since I'm running while I'm doing this, it's a little bit tricky. All right, guys, we did it. We have crossed over the $3,000 threshold. We are now at 29 donors, $3,028. I want to thank Abby Vericchio, who I believe was our latest donation. Now, again, the system doesn't tell me exactly the order in which people donated and how much they donated, so I have to make some guesses based on when the numbers update. So if anybody wants to come on the chat and say what they donated, I'd be happy to thank you publicly with a shout out. But we are now above $3,000. Well, we just hit 30 donors. 30 donors, $3,033. Time to update the spreadsheet. Man, I can barely keep up. So now we have 33 unique donors, almost $3,200. Time to update the spreadsheet. This might seem strange to you, but I'm actually not a professional streamer. All of the equipment has been borrowed. I'd like to give a shout out to Jeff Caplow in our department, who had the green screen that's showing the Wren building at night. Nice image. And then The microphones came from Swem. Again, my apologies if they come back a little on the sweaty side. And then I have some random cameras and webcams that I found in the house going back to the COVID days when we were using lots of different cameras for Zoom and everything else. So kind of put together a little home streaming studio here. I have done streams in the past with my friends on Zwift here and there. But, this is kind of fun. Maybe I'll do this more regularly. All right, so I'm getting a question. Questions are starting to come in. Taylor Overman, fellow runner, excellent student, wants to know what the goal or ballpark mileage is for today. And honestly, I don't really know. I'm gonna do this, I think, as long as the donations keep on coming in. So, I'm gonna be on the treadmill. If you guys stop donating, I'll stop. If you want to keep me running, keep on donating. and we'll see. We're about an hour and 15 minutes in. We've done 7 miles. I mean, I would think we'll get to 50. I think that's a reasonable number. I'm going to do some walking, some light jogging. I'm not trying to win any world records or anything here. It's all about just staying on the treadmill, staying nice and calm. I think we can get to 50, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anything could happen. The power could go out. Treadmill could die. I will say this is a fairly old treadmill, and so I'm actually surprised it still works. I think it's about a decade old at this point, actually, and I do run on it quite a bit. So we'll just have to see. But I want to get to at least 50. What do you think, Taylor? Is that a good goal? Oh, 60, she says. Huh. Well, we'll see. Like I said, we're going to do this sort of minute by minute, donation by donation. We're only an hour and 15 minutes in, so hard to know exactly how the day's going to go. One of the things about running, and we could talk about running if people are interested, but one of the things that's interesting is that you never really know how things are going to play out. I mean, sometimes you do. Sometimes when you start a race or a run, you feel terrible, and you kind of have the sense like this isn't going to get any better. But then other times, you know, you feel pretty bad at the start, and then after a few miles, you kind of warmed up. Or, you know, as you get older, it kind of takes longer and longer to warm up, but you eventually start to feel okay. And then sometimes at the beginning of a run, you feel great, and everything's going fine, and then you hit some kind of wall or something happens, and you just start to feel bad. So I think it's really hard to predict how you're going to feel on any given day. You just kind of have to go with it and see what happens on the day. But there are also strategies. I mean, you can, if you're feeling bad, you can slow down, obviously. Sometimes if you feel bad, you can speed up. And that's a strategy I've employed sometimes, where just kind of getting out of the same pace can help a little bit. And then, you know, do some walking if you have to, take some rest stops or rest breaks. So we'll just see. Okay, Bailey has entered the chat. Hey, Bailey. Hope everything's going well with you. Let's check the total board here. See how we're doing. According to my calculations, we're 36 donors, $3,240. Not bad. Not bad at all. So yeah, that's the game plan. Run. Talk to you guys. Hopefully the donations keep coming in. Oh, your La Tech code broke. Well, I have to say, Bailey, that is a very common experience many of us have faced. I don't know. I think that software is very powerful and good, but the amount of headaches it has caused me over the years, I'm just not sure it's worth it. I think sometimes just opening up a Word doc and starting to type is a little bit more easy. It doesn't look good, but it's a heck of a lot more user-friendly. And you don't have to spend hours Googling on the internet trying to figure out why your code broke or your PDF is not compiling or whatever. So, if you need it for something, like if you're doing a paper that has lots of formulas and math, it's good. You're not going to create anything in Word that looks as nice as that, I don't think. But for quote-unquote normal papers with normal text and just maybe some statistics, I think it's a little bit overboard. Unless you're just, really good at it and it's second nature. I will say, though, when I was starting in my career, starting with that software, LaTeX, it was much less user-friendly. Like, now they have all of these, sort of like overlays or GUIs or whatever that make it much more straightforward. Plus, also with ChatGPT, you can ask, why is my code breaking or whatever. None of that existed when I was starting to learn it. And so you had to rely on, manuals and internet forums and things. It was just It was a lot. Yeah, Professor Israel Trummel just reminded me that overleaf. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about with the different, like the way the software has progressed. Like, I only use overleaf now. And they make it, like, I mean, it'll compile a PDF, you know, with, like, egregious errors. Like, unless you do something, like, really stupid, it will compile. But there's other things about it that people don't like because it's not quite as flexible in some ways as using your own compiler and, you know, stuff like that. So again, it's like this trade-off between like user friendliness and then like how robust the app is or the coding platform is for you to have full control over what's going on. But I think Overleaf's great. And, you know, I think it's one of those things where if your co-authors in particular use it, then it's really phenomenal because it's just all online and you can be in the document at the same time, and there's track changes and version history. So I would say Overleaf is the way to go. So I'm getting a lot of texts telling me I'm kind of insane for doing this. I mean, look, if Cory Booker can talk for 24 hours, and not just talk, but like, you know, give a political speech and have like data and arguments, I just have to run. You know, the stuff that I say doesn't have to be particularly profound. So, I mean, if he can do it, I can do it. I'm getting questions about, you know, why, like, just why am I doing this? Well, first of all, I would say, why not? You know, I have a treadmill. I have streaming software, which is free, so why not? But also, I think it's a fun way to try to raise money for the department. You know, we're fortunate as a department that we have very generous alumni who give us resources that allow us to send students to conferences, for example. We have over 10 students going this week, actually, to Chicago to present at the Midwest Political Science Association Conference, which is an annual conference that always takes place in Chicago. And that's a great experience for the students that we would not be able to provide if we didn't have the resources to do so. So, you know, the more we raise on days like One Tribe, One Day, and then throughout the year, the better able we are to send our students to have good experiences and experiences that they wouldn't be able to get without those resources. I think that's also one of the things that sets William & Mary apart in a lot of ways is the focus on undergraduate research and the ability to have students, you know, not just read research or write a paper, you know, for a class, which is all fine, but actually produce scholarship that other people will read and use, you know? So I think that's a key part of what William & Mary does, especially in our department. And the resources that we get allow us to do that. So, you know, running's not so bad. I'd rather do this than what Cory Booker did. I think that would be much more difficult. I mean, that guy in a suit, he didn't look like he was phased at all. He didn't seem tired last night. I mean, that was much harder, I think, than what I'm doing. So while I was going on and on there, we had some more donations come in. We're now at 39 donors, and almost $3,500. So I'm going to update the spreadsheet here in a second, very delicately, because I have to lift up my laptop to update the numbers while I'm running. So I'll try not to break anything. But that's pretty good. I mean, look, we're an hour and a half in, not even, almost 40 donors, and almost $3,500. So we're trying to get to 250 on the donors. That's goal number one. Try to get there. That's our big one. And we're well on our way. 40 unique donors within an hour and a half. I think that bodes pretty well. All right, let me update the spreadsheet. I would also be remiss if I did not mention that with Professor Jeff Kaplow, we have a podcast available wherever you get your podcasts. Apple, Spotify, called Chief Talk, where, we talk about politics, mostly international politics, sometimes domestic. We record somewhat weekly. Every week, every 2 weeks, less so over the summer. And the idea originally was to find a way to connect with our students in a different way during the pandemic. So we weren't seeing the students in the classroom, obviously. We weren't really seeing them around campus because they'd all gone home. There was a lot of uncertainty about what was happening. And so we used the podcast platform as a way to just kind of chit-chat with one another, but also to provide a way to give the students information about what was going on with the pandemic and what we thought was happening and all that kind of stuff. And then it turned out that people kind of liked it, I think. At least some people did. So we continued to do it. And I don't even know what year we're in now. I think we're like year 5, which is kind of amazing, actually. But anyway, Chief Talk, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. I'm not an Apple person, so I don't know what they call that. But whatever Apple does with podcasts, just search for Chief Talk, Kaplow, Holmes, and you will find it. And if you have topics that you would like to have us talk about, send them in, because that's one of the things that we try to do is, solicit ideas from our listeners. Because it's hard, sometimes we sit down to do a podcast, like, what are we going to talk about today? I mean, there's always something going on in the world you can talk about, but, it's nice if we have input from the listeners about what they would like us to talk about. Sometimes we can't because we're not experts in everything, and sometimes we get very specific questions about very specific places or events, and we're kind of like out of our depth. But for the most part, we try to talk about what you guys want us to talk about. So keep on sending us ideas. think one of the more interesting things about the Cory Booker speech that lasted over 24 hours was that, you know, it's hard to actually like train for something like that, right? It's like you can prep your body for the lack of sleep. You can practice that. You can prep your body for standing up for extended periods of time, obviously. But the sort of like rhetorical oratory part, that's really difficult. I mean, without losing your voice, keeping the stamina up, and, you know, just like the general energy to speak for that long in such an animated way. It's like training for running is simple. You know, you just run. But, you know, you can't really, I guess you could train by like giving practice speeches for 16 hours in a row. So that's impressive what he was able to accomplish in a way where it's difficult, I think, to prepare yourself for such an event. Quick shout out to faculty member Amy Oakes, who has now donated to the cause. Thank you, Amy. Abby Stern, another recent donation. Thank you, Abby. We are getting there. We have 39 donors at the moment. Goal is 250. So we're getting there. All right, and just like that, we're over 40. 41 donors, 3605 on the total. Excellent. 41 donors. Christian Farrell, thank you. Time to update the spreadsheet. Catherine, thank you so much for the donation. We are now up to 42 donors. 42 donors. Thank you, Catherine. Hour and 42 minutes into the stream. 42 donors. I'll take that. All right, guys, we are approaching 2 hours of the stream. We started this at 8 a.m. Eastern Time here in Williamsburg, Virginia. It's now almost 10 a.m. And we just had another donation. We are now at 45 donors and $3,770. It's time to update the spreadsheet. Our goal for today is we want to get to 250 donors if we can. That's the big goal. Currently at 45 in 2 hours, which I think is a pretty good pace. If we can keep this up, we will get there. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Feel free to stop by the chat. Say hello. Catherine, I see you. How are you? Thank you for your donation. Send the link to friends, family members, parents, relatives. Watch me suffer. Only 2 hours in. Long way to go. Yeah, so on the Catherine asks about the mileage update. On the Zwift screen, so if you look at that little animated thing at the top, it'll tell you how far I've gone. So I'm like at 11.4-ish miles and a little over 2 hours because I started walking on the treadmill before the stream started. So almost 11 and a half miles. Not bad, not bad. Taylor Overman wants me to go to 60. Seems a little aggressive. I was thinking 50. But really, it's less about the miles for me as it is about the donations. Like, I'll run until the donations stop flowing in, you know? So we'll see. We'll see how far we get. But I feel like 2 hours and 45 donors is not bad. It's actually pretty good. I think we're just getting started too, so hopefully folks will continue to hit the website, hit the YouTube stream, drop in and say hello, tell your friends. I'm enjoying a little beverage known as Red Bull. I don't normally drink Red Bull, but when I'm doing these kind of long events, I find it actually kind of hits the spot. Good energy, tastes okay. Tastes less sugary than Gatorade. I don't really like Gatorade. It's a little too sweet for my taste. Red Bull's good. Plus it's got a little caffeine in it, which is nice. Hannah Gordy, thank you for stopping by. How are you? Well, Hannah, I'm going to go as long as the donations keep coming in, which, by the way, we just had 2 more, so we're in at 47 at the moment. Goal is 250, so we're getting there. And, yeah, I'm just going to keep on doing this as long as the donations keep coming in. So if you want me to keep on running, keep on donating. The more you donate, the more I run. It's been a good 2 hours and 8 minutes so far. Moving along. Feeling good. Had my first Red Bull. Feel like 1 Red Bull an hour. It's probably right. Good amount of carbs. Good amount of caffeine. You don't want to overdo it with the Red Bull. I think 1 an hour should be good. So yeah, tell your friends, tell your family, send this link to anybody you think would enjoy watching me suffer a little bit. The more the merrier. I'm being informed that 1 Red Bull an hour is actually excessive, which, I mean, I guess that's partially subjective, but I guess there's a lot of caffeine in Red Bull. But they are the small cans. They're not like the big, the big ones. They're small Red Bulls. Thanks for the donation, Hannah. I missed the old SSRMC days. We were trying to get that thing off the ground and running. You were a big part of it, of course. Appreciate the donation. Somebody was asking me how I'm not getting bored. Well, because I'm watching all the donations come in. That's why. I also have CNN on in the background on mute with the little subtitles so I can more or less follow what's going on today in the news. But yeah, not bored yet. Feeling pretty good. 2 hours and about 15 minutes in. Just watching the donations. Just hit 49 donors. One away from 50. Let's go. Thank you, Addison Dempsey, for the donation. We're now at 49 donors, $3,865. Just over 2 hours and 15 minutes. Pretty impressive. Tiffany popped in. Hi, Tiffany. Reminded me to talk about the U.S.-Japan Baseball Diplomacy Project. I'm definitely going to talk about that a lot today. We are just wrapping up a project with the U.S. State Department and Embassy in Tokyo that did basically a couple of different things regarding 150 years of baseball diplomacy between the U.S. and Japan. 150 years ago, now actually 152, 153 years ago is when the first U.S. baseball player went to Japan, Horace Wilson, and this grant was looking at the relationship between the United States and Japan through baseball. So we had a symposium in Williamsburg last October where we had scholars, former players, managers, executives talk about that relationship and their experiences. We created an oral history database, interviewing former players, getting their perspectives on what it was like to be in that environment, whether it's traveling to Japan, traveling to the United States, cultural differences, how the game was different in both places. And then I think probably the most important part of the trip or the grant was bringing a Little League team from Williamsburg, Virginia to Kamakura, Japan last summer. We were there for about 10 days and we did a bunch of different cultural activities. But most importantly, the Little Leaguers played games in Japan against Japanese Little Leaguers. And it was really cool and heartwarming to see how quickly the kids bonded on the field, became quick friends. They often didn't speak the same language, but they were able to communicate through baseball. The Japanese host families were really gracious and accommodating and generous. And it was really cool. And so it's sort of, that exchange kind of brought out what baseball diplomacy and baseball exchanges are all about. And so that was really kind of a key component of the whole project. And then we ended just in February in Tokyo with another symposium, kind of like a wrap-up event, thinking about the bigger picture, where we go from here, and the future of U.S.-Japan relations through baseball. And so one of the things we're trying to do now is raise money to be able to bring the players from Japan that we played with this summer to the United States so they can play here in Williamsburg. So we think it would be really fun to kind of complete that circle, make it a true exchange. And the Kamakura players, would spend a few days in DC, showing around the monuments and museums, learning about America, and then play games and practices in Williamsburg just as we did in Japan. So we think that would be really fun. So that's one of our priorities for this year. We're going to apply for grants. We're seeking private donations. We're going to write to some foundations and hopefully be able to piece together enough money to be able to bring the team from Japan to the United States next summer. So it's been a really cool project. Tiffany was really good. A big supporter of the project, helped us tremendously, went to Japan with us, was able to help manage a lot of 11 and 12-year-olds and make sure everything worked. So it was great. It was a great trip, great experience. And now we really want to see if we can finish it off by having the team come from Japan to Williamsburg, which I think would be very fun. All right, guys, big update. Just hit 53 donors and crossed the $4,000 threshold. So we're now at $4,245, 53 donors, 2.5 hours in. Wonderful. Let me see if it'll tell me who donated. Well, we know that 63% so far are alumni, 30% staff and faculty, 14% students. Thank you, students. 12% graduate alumni, and 8% parents. Moving right along. Amy Green, straight from the UK. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, Amy. How are you? Amy is one of my friends from Zwift, the online running platform and cycling platform that you see on the screen. Amy famously did a 100-mile run on Zwift at one point, online. I didn't get to take part in that one, unfortunately, but the next time, I look forward to it. Hope you're doing well, Amy. We're trying to raise money for William & Mary, the university I work with, and then specifically the Department of Government, which is my department. And we use the money to help fund student research, send students to conferences, sometimes supplement funding for internships, that kind of thing. So our goal is to hit 250 donors. We're at 55 at the moment. Been streaming for about almost 3 hours now, so pretty good number of donors. And I'm going to keep on running until the donations start drying up. So if people want to see me continue to run and suffer, go ahead and keep on donating. So Amy, I'm not sure exactly how far I'm going to get today. Not going to be 100 miles, I can tell you that much. But I said when I started this morning that 50 would be nice. Somebody said, no, you got to go more like 60. So we'll see. So far, so good. Still early days. Only about 3 hours into this. I know Steven's going to stream a little bit later. I'll try to pop into his chat. Maybe he'll run a couple miles with me over in Richmond here. And we just passed $5,000, everybody. Time to update the spreadsheet. Thanks, everyone. All right, so it's 11 a.m. on the East Coast here in Williamsburg, Virginia. Coming to you live from my basement home office. I've set up a little running studio. It's one tribe, one day. We are trying to raise money today for William and Mary, and then specifically for the Department of Government. I am professor of government and the chair of the department. And at the moment, I just updated the spreadsheet and we got another donation. We're at 57 unique donors and almost $5,100, which is amazing. Our goal for today is to get to 250 unique donors, which unlocks a special gift. And so that's the main goal, try to get to 250. I think we're well on our way here. Good pace at the moment. And I'm gonna run as long as the donations keep coming in. So if you want me to keep on running and you'd like me to, continue to suffer on your behalf, go ahead and send in a donation and I'll keep going. Some folks are asking how far I want to go. I don't really have a specific mileage goal. We're at about 17 miles so far. If you look on the screen and see that kind of animated running thing, that's a program called Zwift, and it allows you to run or cycle with other people around the world at the same time. So I'm, at the moment, running with folks that you see on the right-hand side who are either running or cycling in this sort of make-believe world. This one is actually modeled on Richmond, Virginia, which I think is appropriate for today's stream. And Zwift has a lot of sort of community built behind it. So a lot of the people who run regularly on Zwift know each other, communicate online, have had real-life events. And it's quite nice. It's a very nice program and a way to keep track of how much you're running on the treadmill, and it makes running on the treadmill more social. So that's what that's all about. And today's One Tribe, One Day, so everybody at William & Mary is actively fundraising for their department or program or initiative. In government, we use the donations that we get from our generous alumni to really focus on student-centered initiatives. I would say in government, one of the things that we do really well and we're proud of is student research. So through alumni and friends providing us donations and resources, we're able to use those resources to, for example, send students to conferences. So this week, actually, we're sending over 10 students, undergraduates, to Chicago for the Midwest Political Science Association, which is one of the bigger political science conferences in the country, held each year. And they're going to present papers, posters, and it's really cool because it allows students to not just do research in the context of a class where they write a paper, professor reads it, they get a grade, and then that's that, but rather they're sharing what they've been working on with the outside community to other scholars, other students, graduate students, professors, and they're part of a broader conversation, which is really neat. And it's only because of the money that we've been generously given by alumni and friends that we can make that happen. So today's a really important day for fundraising because it's frankly what allows us to do what we do at a large scale, a really big scale. It's not just sending one or two students to conferences. It's quite a bit. We also will do things like support faculty-student research. So provide resources for, whether it's equipment, so, if you want to run a survey that's going to require purchasing, a large number of samples or a large sample through a survey company, for example, things like that. These resources also help us to provide for student faculty research projects. And then every once in a while, we're able to supplement or fund our internship over the summer, or sometimes even during the school year, where the student might need a little bit of money to make ends meet to be able to do the internship. We can help in those situations as well. So the resources are really valuable to the department and specifically for, valuable for the students. So that's what today's all about. And You can see what we're doing on the government giving page. You can click on the YouTube link and watch us in YouTube if you want to participate in the chat. I'm noticing just since I started talking that we got a couple more donations. We're now at 58, almost at $5,200, so I will update the spreadsheet. It's very tricky updating the numbers that you see on your screen because it requires me changing them in a spreadsheet on my laptop, which I do while running. So it's a delicate maneuver where I manually will update these numbers and save them and hopefully get them right. 5195. And then that should update automatically momentarily. So yeah, if you have questions or you want to chat about anything, hop into the chat, put a question in or a thought or a comment, and I'll try to respond. But yeah, I'll be here all day. So drop in whenever you want. Say hello. Hope everybody's doing well. Somebody was asking what I plan on eating today. Well, I'm not that hungry at the moment, but eventually I probably will get hungry. And I don't like to eat the sort of things that you find at like marathons or other races, like these kind of goos that are, basically like jelly with a lot of sugar, because they're just kind of too thick and kind of gross. So I like to eat real food. So I'll probably have a sandwich, maybe a couple sandwiches. I've been drinking some Red Bull, lots of water, stay hydrated. But I will eat some food, some real food eventually. All right, and we just hit 60 donors. Excellent. 60 out of 250. We're getting there. $5,270. Thank you. Yeah, the tricky part about doing this is not so much the running, it's updating the spreadsheet with my laptop while I'm running. So that requires holding the laptop steady. There's no real place to put it down on the treadmill. So I have to kind of hold it and then manipulate the spreadsheet, save it, and then put the laptop down very carefully. So that's a tricky little maneuver. But my phone can do a lot of stuff. So I can do emails, Teams messages, that kind of thing. That's relatively straightforward. It's just having to use the laptop. It's kind of tricky. But we are, at the moment, at 60 donors. Goal is 250. We have 60. Let's keep it going. Keep the donations coming in. We'll get there. I was saying earlier that I think what I'm doing is a lot easier than what Cory Booker did for over 24 hours yesterday and the day before. That's tough because I don't think he went to the bathroom. He didn't have much to eat. He just had that water. And he had to give a long 24-hour speech where he had to say insightful things. I just have to run. Not so bad in comparison. I didn't watch the whole 24 hours of the Cory Booker event, but the part I did watch I thought was pretty good. And it got attention. So I think I have it easy compared to what he did. Okay, Taylor has challenged me to run mile 21 at a slightly faster pace. So in exchange for a donation, I am going to run mile 21 at a 9:45 average pace. So that's coming up here. That'll start in a few seconds. Approaching mile 20. Mile 21, we'll speed it up a little bit, and then we'll slow it back down, unless anybody else wants to challenge me. Thanks, Stephen, for that contribution. Not even 100 miles lazy. Well, yeah, I mean, we can't all be like you. Can't, run 100 miles on the treadmill like it's nothing. If you're not familiar with Stephen's work, check out the Film My Run channel. Lots of great content. Stephen Cousins in the UK goes around the world and films his races, most of which are long, ultra-marathon type races. 100K, 100 miles, mountainous usually, all over the world. So, really interesting channel. And then he's one of the big Zwifters, one of the original, probably the most important Zwift runners, I would say. Brought a lot of attention to the platform and streams regularly about Zwift and on Zwift. So definitely worth checking out if you're a runner or interested in running, either indoors or outside. Yeah, so Taylor and Steven got a little thing going on here. Thinking I should run more. Well, Taylor, at the moment, I'm running faster due to your donation. I'm trusting you that it went through. I haven't seen it yet, but it's the honor system that your donation hit. So yeah, this mile is going to be a little faster. And then we'll slow it back down so I can recover. All right, we're almost at mile 21. Moving right along here. Feeling good. No issues so far. 63 donors. Over $5,300. We're approaching, at noon, we'll have been streaming for 4 hours. So I think that's pretty good pace we're making. Donations. If you have not yet donated, go ahead. It'll support student faculty research, support sending students to conferences, internships. Really supports what the Department of Government at William & Mary does really well, which is undergraduate research. And it's difficult to do without resources like money, so your donations really help. We send most years, several students to conferences. This year we're sending over 10 to Chicago for the Midwest Political Science Association, which is really quite remarkable if you think about it. And so that's an opportunity for our students to engage with a wider audience for their work, network, meet other scholars, friends. So it's really quite special that we get to do that. It's only because we have support of alumni and students and friends. So I really appreciate your donations. Our goal today is to try to hit 250 donors. We're at 63 at the moment. Every donation, I believe over $5 counts towards that goal, so it doesn't have to be much. Oh yeah, I love how I'm getting hate in the chat. See, this is what happens when you try to do a good thing, you run on the treadmill for students and trying to raise money, and then they just kill you. But I appreciate the banter. Okay, I'm gonna go mic off here while I finish off this fast mile for Taylor here. And yes, I know that Professor Holmes runs for office would make a better pun, or double entendre, or whatever this is called. But that would make no sense in the context of running for the government department. So I had to go with runs for government, which doesn't quite work, but I think it's close enough to get the punniness idea. Yes, sir. I picked up the pace just for this 1 mile because of a challenge I received. I'm open to challenges. Nothing too crazy. I am here all day after all. I can't go blitzing out 6-minute miles. However, if somebody wants to challenge me, I have a couple of ideas. It's going to require a lot. Like, how about like a mile at 10% incline? What's that worth? Or I have a suit upstairs that I haven't worn in a while and I don't really wear, so I don't mind getting it sweaty. But running an entire mile in a suit would be quite an achievement. I don't know what that's worth, though. If anybody wants to make any offers, let me know. Sarah pointing out and probably jinxing me that my tech has worked so far, and that is surprising. I totally agree. I'm not a big streamer. I've done a couple. I did some test streams, but I am happy with the way things are going so far. William and Mary had a huge, actually I think it's still going on, IT problem yesterday. So I was really worried that was going to affect us somehow, but so far we've been okay. Hi, Samantha. It is indeed real. I'm here, running Williamsburg, Virginia, one tribe, one day. We're approaching 4 hours of streaming. It's about 12 o'clock, going to be 12 o'clock soon on the East Coast, 9 a.m. on the West Coast. Alumni in California, Washington, Oregon. Maybe you'll stop by the stream, say hello. In terms of donations, we're at 63 donors. Our goal is 250. These are unique donors. And we're over $5,300 raised so far, which I think is pretty good. And I'm going to keep on running or stay on the treadmill till the donations stop. So if you want to see me continue to run and suffer, just keep donating. I feel pretty good right now, Samantha. No big deal. I think this afternoon and this evening things will start to get real. Sometimes that happens quickly, and sometimes it happens later. We're just going to see. But so far, so good. I'm energized by the donations, energized by the chat, the banter. So, yeah, I'd say things are going well. Well, thank you, Sarah. I can't say that I created the music. I did not. However, I did find it online using a royalty-free service. And I agree. It's like an energizing. The tracks are energizing. I only have about an hour's worth, so it's on a loop. But that hour, I think, is pretty good. High energy for the most part. It's nice background music. Keeps me going. Good beats. I have it playing in the background at a very soft level, so you guys can't hear it from my microphone, but it's good. All right, guys, 12 p.m. check-in. We've been streaming for about 4 hours, and we currently have 66 donations and over $5,500 raised, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Our goal for today is to get to 250 unique donors because that unlocks a special gift. So hopefully we can do that. I think we're on a good pace. I think it's possible. Any donation over $5 counts towards that goal, so consider making one if you haven't already. And yeah, moving right along. So we're almost at the marathon distance, getting there anyway. And we're just going to keep on doing this. More donations, more running. Well, thank you, chemistry department. Good to see you. Planning on keeping it going. Hope you're having a good one tribe one day over in chemistry. Hopefully the IT issues over on campus have been resolved. All right, everybody, it's the 12:30 p.m. East Coast update, live from Williamsburg, Virginia, in my home office in the basement of my house. And we're getting there. We're almost at a marathon in terms of the distance. Getting up to 25 miles shortly. Currently looking at 69 donors, 5,780 in terms of contributions, which is fantastic. Our goal today is 250 donors, so we're going to try to hit that. Those are unique donors. Anything over $5 counts. And that unlocks a pretty big gift from a generous alum. So 250 is the target. Hopefully we can get there. I'm going to try to be on the treadmill until we do. We'll see what happens. Feeling pretty good so far. About a marathon in. I'm probably going to eat something in a little bit. Maybe take some walking breaks. And then get after it again this afternoon. In terms of the donations, I just want to point out, as I mentioned a little while ago, that the money is really used mostly for student research opportunities. So this year, for example, we're sending over 10 students to the Midwest Political Science Association Conference, one of the bigger conferences for political science/government. And that's a very special opportunity for the students because they get to present their research to a broader audience, meet other students, graduate students, meet other faculty members of other schools. And what I really like about it is it allows students to share their research not just with their class or their professor, but with the broader community, which I think is really quite special. So the resources that we get from generous alums and friends on days like today, One Tribe, One Day, allow us to make those types of trips possible. We also help to fund student faculty research projects, so might be travel, buying equipment, buying sample for a survey, things like that. All of the resources that we get through donations can help with that. And then sometimes we're able to supplement internships as well, where a student might not be able to afford to do an internship, but we can help supplement to provide them with a unique experience. So all the things that I think William & Mary, and especially the Department of Government, do well, centered on undergraduate research, close collaboration between faculty and students. All of this takes resources, and so days like today are really important in allowing us to do what I think we do really well, which is focus on student research and student-faculty collaboration. So I encourage you to, if you have not made a donation yet, think about making one. Send to friends, family. Let them know that we're live here all day. They want to pop in and say hello. We've had some alums already today pop in from all parts of the world to say hello. That's been fun. And yeah, feel free to hop in the chat. Let me know who you are, where you're coming from. So we're now 12:33. We're getting there. Almost at the marathon. 69 donations. Sarah, I've had a couple of Red Bulls, which I'm told is probably not great given the excessive caffeine in them, but I'm feeling good. I will have a sandwich. I ordered a sandwich, actually. Should be here momentarily. So when that arrives, I'll take a little walking break and eat a sandwich. I'm not going to get off the treadmill, of course. I will eat on the treadmill, but I will walk for that portion. But yeah, between the Red Bull and water, I feel okay. I also want to give a shout out to the faculty members of the Department of Government and students who have gathered in our conference room in Chancellor's Hall, 322, in order to watch me run. It's a little surreal, but thank you for supporting the effort. I got a nice picture from Heather Scully. Also, shout out for helping help organize today. One Tribe, One Day. We should put that picture up on the website or Facebook or something. Tanner, hey buddy. Haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing well. How long am I going for? Well, that's up to you, my man. I'm going to keep on running until the donations stop, I think. I really would like to hit 250 donors because that unlocks a gift from a generous alum. So hopefully we can get there. But I'm going to go, we'll see how the afternoon shapes up. We're at about a marathon or so. Approaching a marathon. I said it this morning, 50 miles might be a good goal. So we'll see. And but the idea is to be on the treadmill. So whether it's walking, running, I want to try to stay on the treadmill for most of the day and keep the donations rolling in. Hope you're doing well. What have you been up to? Tina Beard from the UK. How are you, Tina? Thanks for dropping in. You are joining this chaos of me running pretty much all day, trying to raise money for our department and student research. We're aiming for 250 unique donors, currently at 71, so we're making our way. It's nice to see you pop in. I assume you're going to go over to Steven's channel in like 45 minutes or so for the workout. I might pop over there and say hello. Whoa, big gift just came in. We're now at 72 donors, $6,642. What a generous donation. Thank you. I will look it up. My app is a little slow. It doesn't always tell me who donated what, but thank you, whoever gave that latest donation. Tina, it's funny. Sarah Jacobson was just on a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if she's still here. I think she had to go to work or something. But she was saying the same exact thing. Like, I put this together in like 10 minutes. Steven's devoted his life to his live stream. And you can't really tell the difference between my product and his. I kid. His is much smoother. But I am kind of happy with the way this has turned out. So far, knock on wood. Nothing has stopped working. My computer is still alive. My treadmill is still running. I have like 12 different devices connected to various things around me. So it's a little bit tricky when you walk in this room because you easily trip over stuff. But yeah, so far so good. And Tina, it makes me want to stream more. So I might make this a regular thing. Not the whole all day bit, but maybe a regular occurrence. It is true that Stephen taught me everything I know about interior illumination and green screens. All right, 1 p.m. check-in on the East Coast here in Williamsburg, Virginia. We just hit 75 donors, $6,802. I have a sandwich that I'm going to eat, and I'm going to do that while on the treadmill, but not while running. So I'm going to walk for a bit, eat my sandwich, let that digest a little bit, and then I will pick up with the running again. 75 donors, looking pretty good. Trying to hit 250 by the end of the day. If you're just joining us, I'm taking a little walking break to have some food, have a little sandwich, digest a little bit, and then we'll get running again. We are currently at 76 donors, 6,925, which I will update right now. And we just got another one, 77. So they're flying in. I will update the spreadsheet. Thanks, everybody. Hi, Suzanne. Thank you. I am doing emails while I run. I have my phone and my laptop, which is a little difficult to work with because it's unstable. But mostly I'm using my phone. And I'm walking now because I'm taking a little break to eat some lunch. I ordered a sandwich. I haven't eaten anything all day, so I'm eating a sandwich. Going to let that digest a little bit, and then we'll get back at it. Thanks, Sally. Hi, Sally Rowe. Hope you guys are doing well. If you're just tuning in, so we started this at 8 a.m. We've run almost 30 miles at this point, so we're approaching 50K. At the moment, we have 78 donors, over $7,000. We're trying to get 250 donors if we can. And things are going well. I'm going to keep on running as long as people are donating. So if you want to see me suffer and you want me to keep on going, 30 miles so far. Keep on donating. The more you donate, the more I run. It's as simple as that. So we're doing well. Feel like we can get to 50 miles. Yeah, but Sally, think about what Cory Booker did the other day. 24 hours of standing up, not eating, no bathroom, giving a speech, having to come up with like speech material. I think this is straightforward and easy compared to that. Honestly. Well, I don't want to get too personal here, but I have not had to go to the bathroom yet either. Now, I don't think I'm going to make it 24 hours without a bathroom break like he did. That was really impressive. Plus, I think he only had water or maybe tea or something. That's what I mean. I did not watch the full 24-hour speech, but my understanding is he ate very little, if anything, which is kind of crazy. Well, I have Gatorade. I have large jugs of water. I have electrolyte tablets. I just ate a turkey sandwich, so that's going to give me some sodium, some carbs. I don't really like to eat the stuff that other runners typically eat, like those goos and gels and things. I'd rather just have real food, so a turkey sandwich is the way to go, I think, for me. And I think with that, we will start to run a little bit again. See how this goes. And again, if you're just joining us for the stream, welcome. This is One Tribe, One Day. I'm currently in Williamsburg, Virginia, my home office in the basement of my house. And we're trying to raise money for William and Mary, and specifically the Department of Government. One of the things that we do, I think, really well is a focus on undergraduate research. And so your donations allow us to send students to conferences, work closely with faculty on research projects. We're sending over 10 students actually to the Midwest Political Science Association this week in Chicago. And so it's events like this and donations from generous alumni and friends that allow us to make those types of possibilities possible. So I really appreciate any donation. We are currently at 78 donors, trying to get to 250 by midnight. We'll see if we can do it. Over $7,000 so far, which is fantastic. If you're an alum or a friend or a student, pop in the chat, say hello. Faculty member, staff, admin. Happy to see all the faces electronically in the chat. Yeah, pop in and say hello. The thing is with the goos and the gels, if you have a strong stomach and can tolerate the very kind of thick and overly sugary substance, then it's fine because it packs in a lot of nutrients into a small amount of food, quote unquote. But for me, they always kind of unsettle my stomach, even more so than a sandwich, ironically. And I don't like the super sugary and jelly kind of mouthfeel. It's hard to, especially after like 30 miles, it's hard to get that down. So for me, just regular food, sometimes just like potato chips, pickles, pickle juice, that kind of stuff usually works a lot better. And depending on how long the race is, I mean, for like a marathon, I don't typically need any kind of food at all. But for something like this, after 30 miles or so, it becomes more necessary. The big secret about these kind of long races, though, is a lot of it is sort of like taking breaks and walking. And so you might not be able to eat a turkey sandwich while you're running. I couldn't do that. But if you spend 10 minutes at an aid station or you walk a mile and eat slowly, that usually gives you enough time to at least digest it a little bit so it doesn't upset your stomach. But it is really kind of an individual thing. Some people are able to tolerate food while they run and others can't. Caroline, thank you very much. So what route am I running? So this is on Zwift. The box that looks like a cartoonish avatar under my two cameras is a program called Zwift, which is an online running platform and cycling platform. So it allows you to run with people or cycle with people around the globe. And right now, I'm running in a world called Richmond, which is modeled off from Richmond, Virginia. So, seemed like a logical choice. I run on Zwift a lot because there's a sense of community. There's a bunch of people who have popped into the chat today because I know them from Zwift. And it also is a very good job of like keeping track of all of your mileage and paces and things like that. And it's frankly just more fun than running on a treadmill by yourself. It's a little bit more interactive. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I think some people thought I was crazy for proposing to run all day. And I mean, frankly, it maybe objectively is a little crazy, but it's fun. And I think, people are turning out and saying hi, which is nice. There's been a lot of former students and alums who have popped in already today, so that's been great. And so I think, streaming it on YouTube is a nice way to connect with people in addition to, raising some money. Yeah, well, that's good. That's what you want, is when the Dean of Arts and Sciences thinks that you're crazy. That's good. No, I think objectively, this is probably a little on the loony side, but that's okay. I'm all right with that. Okay, Sally, back to work. I really hope to see you at the starting line for Richmond Marathon. Yeah, I'll be there. I've signed up already. It's one of my favorite races. In fact, the Richmond Marathon is the place where I've run my fastest marathon. Which is like 2:56 something. Can't remember the exact details. So yeah, I'll be back there. I hope your running is going well. I know you're more of an outside runner than an indoor runner. That's the other thing, is a lot of people think running on the treadmill is unbearable. And I see that. I understand why people see that. But, you know, the Zwift makes it a little bit more tolerable, and you get kind of used to it. All right, thank you, Suzanne. Enjoy your meeting. Thanks, Sally. Let's see if we have any updates on the donors. We are now up to 81. I have to update the spreadsheet. 81 donors. $7,500. All right, I'm going to update the spreadsheet. Get the laptop out. Get that going. Because that's a big update. Hi, Sarah. Yeah, this is like, it's a good fundraising idea. You know, it's like word gets out there. I'm not saying we've gone exactly viral, although, you know, people are noticing and tuning in, which is really fun. Steven, I'm going to pull up your stream on one of my 20 screens that I have in this room, and I'll watch it. I might have to have part of it on mute, but I'm going to turn that on now. Hi, Steven stream. How are you? Thanks for putting me on your stream, Steven. It's good to see everybody. Hope your workout goes well. Steven's running fast. Emily, great to hear from you. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, people have been. I think some people thought we were joking when we said we were doing this, but then they log in and they load up the stream, and it's like, oh, no, he's actually doing this. I hope everything's going well for you, Emily. Thanks again for helping out with that class. That was really a helpful video that you recorded. I appreciate it. We've raised over $7,500 so far. 83 unique donors, which is fantastic. Remember, the more you donate, the more I suffer. I'll take the moral support. I appreciate you just popping in the chat to say hello, honestly. So, Emily, I think some people think that this is absolutely nuts, what we're doing, trying to run all day, and then other people are like, oh, yeah, that's cool, or I think, frankly, most people don't really know what to think. Sarah, the longest I've ever gone on the treadmill in one go, it's probably around 55, 60 miles. The time I did the Treadmill challenge, which is the 100 miles over the course of 2 days, I think I did like 55 or 60 on day one, and then 40 or 45 the second day. So, yeah, I mean, I think the more I think it was probably 55 is what I did in one day. It's long, you know. That's 55 is pretty long, but not ridiculous. Well, as long as the donations keep on coming in, I will. I'll stay on the treadmill. Absolutely. All right, 2 p.m. check-in here on the East Coast in Williamsburg. We have 85 donors, over $7,500 raised, and what did we? We're over 50K now. Slow and steady, making progress. Nice to see so many friendly names pop into the chat. If you have friends, alums, that think they might enjoy this, send them the link. Tell them to pop into the chat, say hello. It's been nice to get to interact with some former students and friends. So send the link to anybody who you think might be interested. Yeah, I have to say, I've been pleased with this track of music for the stream. It's hard to figure out the right kind of music for something like this, but I've been pleased with the different types of beats and rhythms. So I think it's worked well. Wish I had a little bit of a longer loop, but hour's not bad. Erica, how are you, Erica? Of course I'll say hello to you. Thank you for joining the stream. To give you a little recap of where we are here, we're approaching 33 miles. Currently have 86. Let me just double check, make sure that's up to date. 86 donors, over $7,600 raised. We've had alums from all over, UK, all over the US, drop in and say hello. Things are going well. Starting to, feel it a little bit. After 33 miles, you start to realize you've done some running. And I had a sandwich for lunch, which was delicious. That's digesting fairly well. Doing some emails on my phone, doing some Teams messages. These days, the phone can do 98% of what you need to do. So, getting a little bit of work done. And yeah, just taking it nice and easy. Erica, how are you? I think what I want to do next year is set up a Zoom room where folks can enter the Zoom room, and that will be a screen, like a little box on my stream here. And that way I can see who I'm talking to and have a little conversation. The YouTube chat is fine, but it'd be nice to actually see people, see alumni, see friends, and be able to have like a conversation. Good job, Steven. Good workout. Nice and fast. Thanks, Dane. Plugging right along here. Been going for, about 6.5 hours or so. And, yeah. It's fun. Thanks for stopping by the chat. Hey Clive, thanks for stopping by the chat. Hope you had a good workout. I caught a little bit of Steven's stream. Looks like he was struggling a bit, but made it through. Good work in Group A. Thanks, Nils. It was fun stopping by Steven's stream. Looked like you guys had a good workout. Slightly faster than I'm running today. Steven was struggling at the beginning, but he seemed to pick it up at the end. Okay, so this shirt comes from a golf website / YouTube channel. It's called What a Player, WHADDAPLAYER. And he's got like legit colorful golf clothes, but I wear this golf shirt when I run because I like the fabric. Designated survivor, that's a good question. Yeah, we probably should have thought of that before I started. Now's not the time. Yeah, I mean, I would bring the dog down. The problem is two things. She's shedding a lot, and then I don't want the dog fur to get in my treadmill. I feel like that would be bad for the health of the machine. And then the other thing is she is poorly trained because she's a puppy and we haven't really done a fantastic job training her, and so she's a little bit all over the place. So I am very nervous about what she would do down here. I have so much electrical equipment in this room at the moment. Lights, green screens, laptops, iPads. The amount of equipment to generate this stream is excessive. And as a consequence, I think that she would, with her tail, knock into a bunch of stuff and probably shut the whole operation down. Yeah, I'm not blaming her. I'm blaming me. I fully admit I'm the problem. Lindsay too. We're the problem. But as a consequence of that, it's just she's not in the good place to be able to join a live stream with me on a treadmill. So for those of you that are just joining us, it's almost 3 o'clock here on the East Coast of Williamsburg, Virginia. This is One Tribe, One Day, where we raise money for William and Mary, and specifically in my case, trying to raise money for the Department of Government. Currently have 91 unique donors and over $7,800, so thank you. This is money that goes towards funding student-centered programs, specifically undergraduate research, sending students to conferences, for example. This year we're sending over 10 students to the Midwest Political Science Association, which is pretty remarkable. Funding student faculty collaborative projects, and sometimes also supplementing internship opportunities. So we use these resources to do what I think we do really well, which is focus on undergraduate projects, undergraduate research, and faculty-student collaboration. So days like this are very important for us. We have very generous alumni, very generous friends, and these resources help us to really put together a great program for our students. Let's see. I am about 37 miles in at the moment. That box that you see below my picture, my webcams, is an online platform called Zwift, which allows people to run and cycle with one another online on the internet. So I'm currently running through a virtual Richmond, Virginia, which seems appropriate. And there are other people who are cycling and running in there with me as well. And you can chat on that platform. And so I've gotten to know some of the people that use it, and they've stopped by today to say hello. Some of them have actually run with me a little bit in Zwift because they saw that I was on here. If you're an alum or a friend, feel free to pop in the chat, say hi. If you're a random stranger who found this on the internet and don't know what's going on, you could also say hi. I could try to explain. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I mean, we're doing okay. I'm just going to keep on going here for a while, see what happens. Starting to feel it a little bit. 37 miles would do that to you, but we're hanging tough. One of the things that came up earlier is whether this is crazy or brilliant. I'm not really sure. I mean, I want to say brilliant, but I think I'm not really objective when it comes to that. Shelly, is the internet completely back in Ewell? Hi, Kelly. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. We've raised over $7,800 so far. Gonna keep on pushing for more. The internet's back, Shelly. That's fantastic. I was really afraid that that was gonna affect my entire thing here, and nobody was gonna be able to watch on campus. So I'm glad that's been resolved. It's actually, the YouTube stream has been fun because a lot of people have stopped in just to say hi. Alums, faculty, friends, admin. It's been fun. 3 o'clock here on the East Coast. Started at 8 a.m. So that's what, 7 hours? Okay, good. Thank you, Shelly. I don't know how long we're going to go for. People have asked that. I mean, I would like to get to at least 50 miles, which is another half marathon away or so. And then we'll see. 50 miles, in my experience, is where you really kind of start to get tired. It's, after that, you start kind of pressing a little bit. So we'll see how we feel at 50. See what time it is at 50. Oh, David, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Just heard about it from GRI staff. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, I mean, I say spread the word. Spread the link far and wide. Friends, people you think might be interested. We've had people drop in from the UK, Europe, various parts of the United States. No one has taken me up on the $5,000 challenge, though. For $5,000, I'll put on a suit, like a dress suit, and run a full mile on the treadmill in the dress suit. I'm not sure about dress shoes. I might have to draw the line there. So, if you're interested in really something special, consider that one. I'm good on snacks. Yeah, Shelly, I never bought the kilt. It's one of my main regrets after directing the St. Andrews program that I never purchased. I mean, I went to St. Andrews like 12 times. Every time I was like, okay, I'm going to buy a kilt. And every time I didn't. So I don't really know why I didn't do it. It never happened, unfortunately. Huge regret, Shelly, huge regret. But actually, I think running in a kilt is probably easier than a suit, I would imagine. Thanks, David, for the donation. I appreciate it. We're inching up towards the 100 donor mark, which is a nice number to hit. I mean, it's still early on the West Coast, so all of our California alums, I mean, they're just waking up, so they'll check their email, they'll see the link, they'll pop in, say hello, donate a little bit. We've had some celebrities. Suzanne was in the chat a while back. I'm going to send the link to the president's office. See if we can maybe have them pop in. Just want to check our latest numbers, see how we're doing. All right, we are now, woo-wee, 92 and over the $8,000 mark. So I'm going to update the spreadsheet here in a second. 92 donors, very close to 100. Over $8,000 raised. Amazing. Fantastic. All right, let me update the spreadsheet. Thanks, everybody. If you have questions or anything, put it in the chat. David asks, what is the longest I've ever run in a single outing? So my longest run ever, start to finish, would be 100K, which I ran in December, last December. I've done 100 miles on the treadmill broken up over 2 days. So it's called the 48-hour Treadmill Challenge. And I did, I think, 55 miles on day 1 and then 45 miles on day 2. So that day 2 was pretty painful because you wake up in the morning, you're sore, you have blisters. You know, it probably would have been easier, frankly, to just keep on going and do the whole 100 miles in one shot. I think breaking it up was actually a mistake on my part. But yeah, so 62 miles is the longest in one outing I've ever done. And then 55 or so on the treadmill in one shot. I have a goal for this year. Well, I'm not sure if I'll have them by the end of the calendar year, but I want to do a 100-mile race at some point. Something I've not done, but it's on the list. One of the things I'd like to do. Flurry of activity. We just had 3 donations come in quick succession, up to 95 donors, $8,100. I'm going to update the spreadsheet. Some good questions here, David. So, favorite spot I've run. Whew. There's a race that I've done a couple times. It doesn't exist anymore, although there's an alternate race that kind of is the same thing. But it's called the Ben Nevis, or was called the Ben Nevis Ultra, which was like a 55, maybe slightly longer than that. But basically, it was like a 50K, longer, a little bit longer. And it goes up and over the tallest mountain in the UK, which is Ben Nevis. And what's interesting about that is there's this ridge that kind of connects two mountains. One mountain connects to Ben Nevis via this ridge. And it's very, very narrow. So you're high up. It's very narrow. If you fall to either side, you're in big trouble. And it's very rocky. And, because it's in Scotland, it's also prone to really bad weather. So the first time I ran it with my brother, it was raining and cold and very windy. And so, it made it very difficult. I have subsequently done it again a couple times, once as a race and then once as a hike when the weather was actually pretty good. And the views on a nice day are spectacular. So that's probably one of my favorite places I've run before. It's also hard to beat some of the runs in Hawaii. If you've ever been to Hawaii, like they have, there's really tropical trails, great views. I think that would also be a high up on the list. I would like to do, at some point, the UTMB series of races. So this is the Ultra Tour de Mont Blanc, which, there's like 7 or 8 different races, maybe even more than that, during this week in the summer. But the main one, the one that everybody wants to do, is I think it's over 100 miles, basically the entire Ultra Tour de Mont Blanc through Italy, France, Switzerland. That's like kind of bucket list territory for a lot of ultra runners. So I think that would probably be pretty high on my list. The challenge with that, and with a lot of these races, is it's difficult to train for mountains in Williamsburg. Williamsburg has many virtues, but it doesn't have a ton of elevation. So you either have to do it on your treadmill, which is okay for going up, but you can't really simulate going down a mountain, which trashes your quads, and so it's good to practice that. Or you got to drive to like Shenandoah or something like that, which is also fine. It's just it would be nice to have a mountain in your backyard, which if you live in Colorado you do, but not us. Which world leader? Which world leader would I like to run with? I'm gonna have to give that one some thought. Honestly, nobody really springs to mind. Let me think about that one.
going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame on. Keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Flame on.
All right, everybody, just past 40 miles. 40 miles, that's a pretty big milestone. We are up to 97 unique donors, 3 more for 100, and 8,200 in terms of the overall total. A little over 8,200. So 97 donors, a little over 8,200. I'm going to update the spreadsheet. 40 miles in the books. David has a list of different ChatGPT generated ideas and questions for me, which I'm still pondering. I think the question about who the world leader, I think, Jimmy Carter, before he died, would have been one of the ones, when he was fit, young enough to run and fit. I'd be very curious to talk to him because I think, he was somebody that took fitness seriously, but also led an incredibly interesting life. And, from an international relations perspective, I think did a lot of value. And I'd be very curious to speak with him, both about running, but also his time in office. He was a very interesting president. I think misunderstood in lots of ways, had some bad luck along the way. But from an international relations perspective, did a lot of good. So he's probably, of the historical examples, he's probably the one that I would go to first. Yeah, I didn't get to go to the watch party, unfortunately, but I did get a picture. It looked pretty fun. Thanks for turning out and watching, supporting the stream, sending the link to your friends. Yeah, it's been nice to have so many different types of people pop in the chat. Current students, former students, faculty, friends, people I run with. You know, it's been a nice mix today. What are we at? Almost at 41 miles. Starting to feel a little tired, I will admit. But, you know, still doing okay. Might start working in some walk breaks in a little bit here. Make sure I'm hydrating properly. It is sometimes difficult to drink enough water while you're running because you can only take small sips. So I'll concentrate on getting some water in. But yeah, things are going well. Donations keep coming in, so that's good. We'll soon be over 100 donors, which would be nice. That's a nice threshold to pass over. I mean, it could be divine punishment, but I'm pretty sure I chose to do this. I mean, you know, again, maybe that's just bad judgment on my part. But if we have free will, and I know that's a debatable topic, I did choose to do this under my own volition. I was not forced. I could see you doing this one day. I think you would, you know, this is something I could see you doing. Now, Taylor is concerned by the number of Red Bulls I've been drinking, but these are just the 250 milliliter ones. I mean, I don't know what that is in American, but that's not a lot. 8 ounces. Okay. So, that can't be too bad. 8 ounces. But the idea of endurance events for fundraising is like incredibly old. Back in my day, back in the 1900s, there used to be something called the Walk for Hunger, and you would go around and collect money from people who would pledge. I think it was like 20 miles, so they pledged like $1 for each mile you did, or $2 or whatever. And then I forget how it worked, but somehow there was like some system where you got stickers or some kind of stamp when you pass these milestones. And then, you know, marathons have raised X amount of money for charity and gain a spot in the marathon. So, you know, for some reason, the idea of endurance and difficult events has been linked with fundraising. And I guess you could, you know, it's interesting. You can see why. But, I mean, it is kind of interesting. The donor just, like, they just watch. They watch the suffering, you know? And here I am wanting more donations so I can suffer longer. From that perspective, it is a little strange, I grant you. I would like to reiterate the main challenge, which is if somebody's willing to donate $5,000, I will go upstairs and put on a suit. Not a tuxedo, but a suit. Formal, just, suit. And I'll run a mile in that suit. Now you can see I'm already sweaty as is. That would be quite the thing to see. So, if you're curious. That's great, Sebastian. Thank you. I did not realize I was being projected anywhere, but I'll take it. Very cool. Ellie, great to hear from you. It's been a while. I was saying earlier in the stream, I think that what Cory Booker did was like 10 times more difficult than what I'm doing. Because, I don't have to be thoughtful. Clearly I'm not. I don't have to come up with smart things to say, because clearly I haven't. He had to do this for 24 hours and he had to make arguments. He had to be coherent. He had to not repeat himself, at least too much, and give essentially a 24-hour speech, which is incredibly tiring and difficult. So, plus he didn't go to the bathroom. He didn't have anything to eat. I think what he did was much harder than this. They're different types of, it's a different type of event, obviously. Kind of hard to compare, but I was impressed. 24 hours of speaking. Very few little breaks. That's really something. Ellie, how are you? What have you been up to? No, that's true. I don't have a staff of 50. My wife has been giving me drinks and, bringing stuff down. So that's been helpful. But she works, so she's been in and out. If I had a staff, I don't know what I would do with a staff of 50. But I take your point. Oh, wow, working on the hill. That's fantastic. How long have you been there? I can't remember. When did you graduate? I recall pandemic classes with you, but I don't remember exactly when you were a senior. Nice. I think working on the hill is a great experience. I've had several students in the past do that. It can be hit or miss on how much substantive work you get to do personally, but everybody kind of has a similar experience in that they exposed to a lot of really interesting stuff included on, meetings that they normally would never have any insight into. You just learn a lot. So I encourage you to, kind of soak it all up as much as you can, and that'll be valuable for you no matter what the next step is. And yeah, Committee on Education and Workforce. I think that's good. Does the chat agree that political science is a STEM major? I think you're going to get a number of different views on that. Most people, we actually had this discussion somewhat recently. That's the 41 miles talking. A lot of departments around the country are called political science. And I think oftentimes that's because there's no real thought that goes into it. Sometimes it's intentional. And sometimes there are departments that choose not to be political science, but to be something like government, like we have. Or I think UVA is like politics. There's a couple of sort of implications when you call yourself a political science department, which is that, the folks that are in that department doing research are going to be approaching it from a scientific way, right? And I think that's somewhat narrow if you look at what people in the field, the broad work that people in the field do. Some of which is science, but not all of it. I just sneezed. Thankfully, I turned the mic off before that happened. So, certainly if you focus on the science part of political science and get a degree in a political science department, your degree will look very much like a degree in other STEM fields that's highly quantitative, highly scientific, etc. But you could also get a degree in a political science department and focus in political theory, let's say, focus in interpretive analysis, where you might think that the scientific method is actually not relevant for the study of social human behavior, in which case your degree and the classes you take and the research that you do probably doesn't look much like a STEM major. So there's a lot of variation. So I personally think government is a little bit broader, or a lot broader, and encompasses the broad work that people in the field actually do. And on Admitted Students Day, often one of the questions I get is, why does William & Mary not have a political science department? And I have to explain, well, we do. It's just called government, and then I get into the spiel I just gave you, which is why it's called government. But it's a legitimate question, and it does come up from time to time. Nice retort, Ellie. I like that. See, this is what's good about doing this. Ellie pops in the chat. Haven't spoken to Ellie in a while. Now I know what you're up to. Now it's implanted in my brain. So if, a student comes and they're like, oh, I'm interested in working in the Hill, I'll be like, oh, I know somebody I can send you to. So that's the kind of the good social media aspect of doing this live stream, is that you get connected with people that you probably wouldn't normally. And I think that's good. All right, guys, I'm happy to report we just had a influx of donations. We're now at 104. Past the 100 threshold, 104, $8,400. I'm going to update the spreadsheet. Good work, everybody. All right, we got a 4 o'clock check-in. 4 o'clock here in Williamsburg, Virginia. We are approaching 43 miles. We just hit 108 donors for $8,500. I'm going to update the spreadsheet in a second. I'm going to do a little walking, rehydrate a little bit, and then we'll get going again. Thanks for the support, everybody. Niche fun facts. Well, in my sort of world of international relations and diplomacy, one of the things that is kind of a cool fun fact that a lot of people don't know about, although some people do, is how the CIA in the 1970s used pigeons to spy on the Soviet Union. You guys know about this? Pigeons evidently are highly trainable, believe it or not. And in the 70s, the technology wasn't what it is today, but it was still good enough that they could have relatively small cameras that they could put on the pigeons. And so, much like you had, like, pigeons in the old days go and bring letters and things to people. They were used to fly over surveillance areas of interest, weapons, depots, whatever they were interested in the Soviet Union, and record what was going on, kind of like a drone does today, and bring it back for analysis. And so it's like one of those examples of kind of like using an animal for intelligence purposes, but also like a very early kind of drone. And the fact that it was a pigeon makes it kind of interesting because no one really associates pigeons with intelligence. I believe they have also used dolphins for detecting mines. And also, at some point, I think the CIA looked at using acoustic recordings implanted into cats. Somebody should fact check that one. But my understanding is that was one of the other potential uses of animals for intelligence gathering. My son Max just texted me that in 1945, sort of along the same lines, although not really an animal, Soviet school children presented a gift to the U.S. ambassador in Moscow, which was a wooden carving of the Great Seal of the United States, but it had a listening device in it called The Thing. And it stayed in his office until 1952. When they finally discovered it. So that's a long time. 7 years of having that thing as a listening device. That's a good one. That's a fun fact. He probably does, but I will, I'll mention it next time I see him. In case he doesn't. It's a pretty well-known story, especially for people that study Russia today or the Soviet Union in the past. Right, so the Trojan horse, the Trojan horse manifests itself in lots of different ways. But that is a great example, that Soviet one with the listening device and the Great Seal, literally as a wood, as a wood carving. Very much kind of like a Trojan horse. Chloe! Now, that's a blast from the past. How are you? It feels like you were a student yesterday, but I know you graduated like 4 years ago, or probably even longer than that. You were in the first PPIR cohorts, I think. Did a great job. Really strong. What are you up to now, Chloe? Thanks for stopping in, by the way. Graduated in 2018. Yeah, so I started the lab in 2014, so this is our 10th anniversary. And so, yeah, that was a while ago. Fantastic. Well, it seems like it was yesterday. Time flies very quickly. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by the chat. It's hard to believe the lab is 10 years old. I feel like we should have like a party or something. Oh wow, you've been up to a lot. Give me what you learned on the campaign trail. I'll be very curious. Just like a couple sentences. Like why was it the best decision ever? Because I often have this conversation with students who are asking about getting engaged in politics and should they help out with a campaign. And I like to have anecdotes at the ready of former students who can tell me why it was useful or wasn't useful for them. So what would you say? What did you learn from it? I didn't mean to put you on the spot. You dropped in the chat to say hello, and now I'm asking you thesis defense type questions. So, no worries. Yeah, well, those are two good ones. Responsibility at an early age, and then the more effort you put in, the more you get out of it. Yeah, you're right. That's not always true. There's a lot of jobs where you put in a lot of effort and you don't really see results. It's kind of out of your control, right? But you could make a tangible difference in a campaign just by redoubling your efforts, knocking on more doors, figuratively and literally. Yeah, learn with all kinds of different people. That's cool. I would imagine working on a campaign, you also hone... you always had good sort of like social intelligence and emotional intelligence, but, sort of honing a way of talking to people, all kinds of different types of people, I think that's probably very valuable as well. And I think that's kind of what you're getting at. Because you're forced in situations where you might be talking to people who don't agree with you or, see the world very differently, but you still have to be able to communicate with them. Well, that's great. So what's on the agenda next? Like, what are you thinking about the next move is? Next year, I definitely need a Zoom room. I need people to be able to... the texting is fine, but this kind of one-way text and I talk is kind of awkward. I want to have a box, and somebody will have to help me manage the Zoom, and we'll have people join the waiting room or whatever, but a box where you can talk, I could see you, you could see me, and we could have a proper conversation. We'll put that on the list for improvements for next year's live stream. Chloe, also, give me a few names of people who are in your PPIR cohort. So I can, because I've had so many different groups come through the lab. It's hard to remember who. I remember individuals, but it's hard to remember sometimes, who was part of which groups. So give me a few names. Just worked on the Supreme Court spring election in Wisconsin. Nice. Figuring out what comes next. Excellent. Oh, right, Alex. I think she went off to China. I don't know if she's still there. But I think you're right. I think she was part of your group. Yep. I think she definitely went to China. I don't know if she's still living there or not. Maybe she'll join the chat. Although if she's in China, that might be a little tricky. She's back in New York City now. Well, text her. Tell her to come on the stream. Say hello. She was an early, sort of adopter of the notion that, U.S.-China relations were going to be in this, like, long struggle. I mean, obviously that goes back before Alex made the point, but she was, like, really attuned to it, I remember, and having conversations with her, like, very sophisticated conversations about the U.S.-China relationship and how at that time in 2016, 17... things were not looking good. All right, good. Just texted her. Excellent. So, Chloe, where are you living now? I must have missed it from above. Are you in Wisconsin, or where did you end up? Well, that's a great question. The nice thing about this live stream is that there is no end to it, in the sense that I can really end it whenever I want. My idea was to kind of go until either people stop talking to me or people stop donating, and we haven't really reached that point yet. I'm getting a little tired of the running. We're at like 44 miles, so I'm probably going to do more walking than running. Although I'll run again, but I'm taking a little bit of a break. So whatever, we'll just see, until things kind of die down a little bit. There's no end time. Jackson. Huh, no, I don't, that name doesn't ring any bells. But it's possible. Possible our paths crossed. I was just in Chicago a couple weeks ago for the International Studies Association meeting. Oh, actually, if you are not doing anything on, I think it's on Friday, I'll double check that. We're actually having an event because we're sending 12 students to the Midwest Political Science Association. So there's a William and Mary alumni event that's going to be held. It's like a happy hour type thing at a restaurant. If you're interested, shoot me an email and I'll send you the details. I'm not going to be there myself, but Professor Maliniak, you might remember him, Professor Evans, they're both going to be there, and then a bunch of students who are presenting papers, and then some alums in Chicago. So if you and Jackson want to go, that would be awesome. Yeah, unfortunately it's this Friday. Oh, that's a bummer. Well, we'll get you on the list. We go to Chicago a lot, so the next time we do an event in Chicago, we'll make sure that we send you the information. Yeah, I was telling somebody, well, not telling somebody, I was telling everybody on the stream that, I think, and you're actually, I think, a really good example of this. Like, one of the things that our department does well, I think, is, undergraduate research and faculty-student collaboration. And so this type of fundraising event gives us resources so we can send students to Chicago for the conference, We're sending 12 students. And that's because we have generous alums who, provide us with resources to make that happen. So it's really cool. And the other thing you should do, Chloe and Jackson, is come to homecoming at some point. Maybe that's the time to do a PPIR kind of anniversary. It's too late for this year, the 10th anniversary, but we could have a belated 10th anniversary party in October for homecoming next year. Oh no, Alex, how are you? You're here for a second. Great to hear from you. We were just talking about you. Chloe and I were talking about the early cohorts of the PPIR lab You guys were in that one of those early cohorts, and we were talking about how you were like an early. You had this vision of like U.S. China that was very sophisticated, and you're in the bathroom at work, and you but you like you took China very seriously and like wanted to like learn as much as you can, and then you spent some time in China, right, Alex, when you graduated? I like the dedication of coming to a live stream from your bathroom at work. That is very good. Alex, where do you work now, if you don't mind us knowing? If you're allowed to say. And you're in New York? Well, Chloe mentioned you, and then I said, well, you gotta text Alex and tell her to come on the stream. Nice. Fantastic. I loved living in New York. We lived in the Upper West Side for 6 years, maybe 7 years. It was great. Financial crimes investigations. Well, that sounds pretty interesting. It's not China, but at least it's interesting. I mean, the thing is, the difference between New York City and Williamsburg, Virginia could not be more striking. It's like there's two different like worlds of living. They both have their pluses and minuses, but I really liked living in Manhattan. I thought that was fantastic. As a runner, being able to run in Central Park every day was probably the thing I missed the most. Well, when I lived in the Upper West Side, I told somebody I was moving to Williamsburg, and I started talking about it, and they were like, oh, you mean that Williamsburg? Because they thought I meant Brooklyn. And they were like, no. I was like, no, the one in Virginia. They're like, oh. Well, I would say to both of you, enjoy your time in Chicago, Alex. Enjoy New York. So, Alex, this has come up many times today. I'm going on record and saying what I'm doing is less impressive than what Cory Booker did, because Cory Booker had to talk like in a smart way, which I clearly am not doing, and he did that for 24 hours. All I have to do is run/walk on a treadmill. It's not bad. It's not bad. His thing was much harder. Plus the like not eating and the only drinking and not going to the bathroom. I mean, that's much tougher than what I'm doing. I mean, frankly, I know I've walked or run 44 and a half miles, but I'm walking right now, that's not that bad. All right, guys, I appreciate you hopping on the stream. It's great to chat with you. Thanks, Susan. You guys have to come back for homecoming. We have to have the PPIR anniversary party. Chloe's going to organize it, and it'll be a good time. See you, Chloe. See you, Alex. Get back to work. The original PPR crew. That's right. Thanks, Alex. See you later. See, guys, this is the best part of the stream, is getting to chat with, former students who just popped in randomly, which is great. And, see some names that you haven't seen in a while and get to reconnect. So it's a little bit like homecoming from that perspective. It's just taking place online. All right, let's check out our donations. What do we have? Okay, we're at 117, over $9,100. So we are getting very close to that magical 10,000. I sound like the guy, like those people that do the fundraisers on TV, or I don't know if they still do them, but they used to do them, the various drives where they would spend 24 hours. It's a little like that. But we're at 117 donors, which is great. And then 9,100. We got to get to 10,000 before I stop, obviously, which I think we can do. And I'd really like to get that donor number up as well. I think we can get there. All right, I'm going to update the spreadsheet. I'm going to have a little bit more water. And then I think I'm going to try to run a little bit more. Okay? Hey guys, yeah, thank you for checking in. Still going. We got almost at 45 miles, so that's pretty good. I'm just taking a little walking break here. About to start running again. Want to make sure I stay hydrated. It's kind of hard to drink as much as I need while I'm running, so I'm trying to hydrate while I walk. Favorite class that you've taught? Well, I mean, I have two favorite classes. And it's really hard to choose between them. So the first one is the Introduction to International Politics, number 204, which over the years has changed a little bit. Back in the old days, when I first started teaching at William & Mary, it was a 35-person class. And then we moved to introducing larger kind of lecture classes at the intro level. And then, so I started doing that, and I was like, I kind of like the feel of the really big class. So that kind of class has gotten bigger and bigger over time, and now it feels like when you walk into that room, it's like a Broadway performance. Like, I'm not saying I'm like a Broadway actor, but it feels like you're on a stage and there's a bunch of people, because there are, you basically are on a stage, and I like that. I like the sort of energy of the lecture, the big one. I also like how in that class you're teaching students who might know something about international relations, international politics, but haven't really had, in most cases, like any sort of international relations discipline class per se. And so that's nice because you kind of get to explore some ideas that students might not have even thought about. And so that's really kind of cool. The other class that I like teaching is the exact opposite. It's a senior seminar, and it's 15 students, and it's on a topic that's closely related to my own research. So I study political psychology, diplomacy, and I have a class that's basically about that. And so that allows me to kind of present higher level kind of, topics and readings because all the students have had the previous coursework, already, and also look at cutting edge stuff. So, the intro class changes year to year, a little bit based on kind of what's going on, and I'll revamp things and, change things. But the senior seminar is very much kind of like on looking at current research. So it's like, it's more like a graduate seminar in that respect. And so I like to be able to take an article that maybe I haven't even read before because it's literally just come out, and I put it on the syllabus, and we sit down and we talk about it, and that's really fun. So those are my two favorite classes. I mean, I've taught a number of classes over the years that I've enjoyed, but those two kind of stick out as my main like go-tos. Like if I had to choose two classes to teach, those would be the ones that I would choose. And I like them for different reasons. Kind of like the big theatrical one, and then the much smaller, kind of like small group, intimate, where you really get to know the students. That's quite fun. All right, so when I hit 45 miles, I'll start running again. And I'll keep an eye on the donor list. We're approaching 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 o'clock on the West Coast. Sorry, guys. I was just talking to my wife, not not stuff for the stream. But yeah, back running. Feeling okay. You know, a little tired. But definitely want to get to 50 miles at least. And then we'll see. That's the next big one. 50 is a big one. So we'll see what's going on at 50. And see how everybody's doing. See who's popped into the chat. Maybe some old friends. I mean, I do really like how so many former students have popped in today. And not just to say, oh, hi, but are actually, you know, kind of chatting. So, it's been good. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. We are approaching 9 hours of streaming. So, we're going at this for a good day. Most of the day, anyway. So, what exactly is William and Mary Phonathon? What is that? What is that? Ah, excellent. Well, thank you for working for that, making calls. Hopefully, you've gotten some good responses. Big moment, guys. We just hit over 10,000. So now 127 donors, 10,432 in terms of donations. Unbelievable. Really good. Thanks, everybody. Let's keep it up.
Keep the
Olivia, one of my favorite people. Thank you for stopping by the chat. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the encouragement. Thanks for the help on the book. That was probably more work than you were anticipating, going through all the various things that you've been helping out on. I really appreciate it. Olivia is helping us with a book project that is very much nearing completion, but there are a lot of research-oriented tasks that need to get done, research assistant type stuff, and Olivia has been great at making that happen. So thanks for your hard work. I swear that book will be done very soon, although I have been saying that now for maybe a year and a half, close to 2 years, but we're very close. We're very close. In fact, I think we'll be able to send it out to the publisher maybe this month. Well, Olivia, yeah, it's 48 miles. I have done some walking. I'll probably walk again once I hit 50. Rehydrate. I find it tricky to drink water and hydrate properly while I'm running. But yeah, it's been good. I mean, the longest I've ever gone on a treadmill in one shot has been 55 miles. So, you know, that'd be fun to get there, break a personal record. But yeah, we're just plugging along. I told people, everybody's asking me, like, when are you going to stop? Well, as long as the donations keep coming in, I don't really want to stop. So as long as people are donating to the department, I feel like we'll keep going. We'll keep going. Drew, good to hear from you. Congratulations on the APSR, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I count this as service. Although, as chair, I kind of max out on service anyway, so it doesn't really help from that perspective. But I think it counts. What have you been up to? Things are good? I feel like I haven't spoken to you in a while, but I see your publications, and I feel like I'm keeping tabs on you, but I haven't really spoken to you directly. Drew is one of our, I'm not going to say top alums because that's kind of a weird category, but one of the more prolific scholars that we've produced in government, studies American politics, really good researcher, scholar, publishes in the top journals in the field. Really good stuff. Drew, we're sending, it's either 11 or 12, I've actually lost track, students to Midwest this year. So they're going to be there like tomorrow and Friday presenting their research, which I think is pretty amazing. And we use resources from One Tribe, One Day to help fund that. Nice, research leave. That's fantastic. 2 books. Man, the energy, I love it. I love it. I was telling Olivia a second ago, I'm trying to finish a book that's been in production now for several years. It's co-authored, and we're very close to the finish line. But like, when you're like 99% done, that's kind of like the hardest, because you leave that 1%, you leave all the hard stuff to the end. So, yeah, I was going to say, I'm not going to Midwest this year, but we're having an alumni event. I think it's on Friday. If anybody's listening and they're in Chicago and you want to stop by an alumni event, shoot me an email and I'll send you the details. But yeah, it's a really big group. I mean, it's such a cool experience too, like presenting at a conference, getting to meet other students, graduate students, maybe undergraduates, faculty at other schools. And just the presenting itself is such a important skill. So yeah, I'm very excited that we could send that many. Thanks, Olivia. I appreciate it. Have fun at your office hours. All right. Well, enjoy that. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the help on the book. And yeah, we're almost at 50 miles, guys. The big 5-0. Not bad. Not bad. All right, Olivia, thank you so much. That's right, your man is still going. Still going. Got to get to 50 at least, right? Got to get to 50. We'll go beyond 50. But got to get to 50 first. I do really dig these classical kind of remixes. They every time that song comes on, or one of them comes on, I just start moving a little bit easier. You know, it is kind of inspiring. All right, 50 miles coming up here in a second, and I'm gonna take a little bit of a walking break at that point. Kind of assess the situation, check all the systems, make sure everything's in working order, physically and emotionally, and also rehydrate a little bit here. And I will also update the totals, see where we're at. All right, guys, we just hit 150 unique donors. 150, $11,669. Looking really good, really good. Thanks, Suzanne. We hit 50 miles. You're always joining when I'm walking. So we hit 50 miles, ran the whole thing, and now I'm doing a little walk break to rehydrate. Not sure how much longer we're going to go. The donations they're continuing to come in. So, I feel like I can't stop when people are giving us money. So I'm going to rehydrate here. I'm going to run a little bit more, see how things feel. Right now I'm just sort of checking, making sure all the physical systems are in place. Everything still works. No broken bones, things like that. And we'll keep on going. What's been great is in the chat, all these friends and former students have been popping in to say hello. And, I think like next year we need to have a Zoom box so I can actually talk to folks and they can talk to me. The text is fine, but it's nice to be able to see a face. I don't think I'm going to break a bone. The good news about the treadmill is that it's very forgiving. It's monotonous. In some ways, it's a negative because it's the same motion, unlike outside. But you're not running on concrete. You're not running on asphalt. It's forgiving. And so you're less likely to break a bone on the treadmill than you are outside, in my experience. Less likely to get a stress fracture, for example. But yeah, we have now over 100, we have 150 donors as of last check. And close to $12,000, which is quite good. See the latest numbers. Now we're up to 152 donors. See, this is what I mean, Suzanne. I can't stop while people are donating. It just feels wrong. The people out there want to continue to give, and so why should I not allow that? So 152. Yeah, so the problem is, so treadmills are very dangerous when it comes to not knowing that they're moving, but also stopping short. So every once in a while, a treadmill will have like some type of electrical fault, the power will go out, something will happen, and the motor will stop very suddenly. That can be quite dangerous. That typically does not happen outside. So that's not great. All right, Suzanne, thank you for stopping by multiple times. I appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Have a good night. I will stop eventually. I'm not going to be doing this tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. I guarantee you that. So this will all end soon, at some point. It will come to an end. Just not right now. Thanks, Suzanne. John, thanks for stopping in, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we hit a few minutes ago 50 miles, so taking a little breather here. Rehydrating. Waiting to see how the donations look. They keep on coming in. I don't think I'm going to go a whole lot longer. I mean, I am only human. I like to eat dinner. I don't I had lunch on the treadmill. I don't really want to also have dinner on the treadmill. You know, I'm a little crazy, but I'm not that crazy. So it'd be nice to take a shower, have a proper meal with a plate and some knives and forks and things. So I'll probably do that at some point relatively soon. Look at that. Converting a first-time, a non-donor historically into a first-time donator. That's what I'm talking about. That is the power, John, Professor Lombardini, I should say, of the treadmill. People are, they can't quite believe it, and they're willing to donate when they see such insanity going on. So I appreciate the converting you into a donator. That's great. I mean, it's only 51 miles, you know? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. It's long, but it's not that long. Could be worse. And I am walking a bit, you know, so it's not like I'm running the whole thing. Actually, I'm treating this somewhat similar to a way I would like an outside race where, you know, they have aid stations depending on the race, 5 or 10 miles or whatever. They typically have hot food and it's warm or cool depending on the case. And, you know, oftentimes you go in there, you hang out for a few minutes, you'll sit down, you have a bite to eat, and then you kind of walk out of the aid station just to kind of get your feet under you, and you might walk for a quarter mile, half a mile, sometimes a mile, and then you start running again. And so that's kind of my approach here. Let's take some walking breaks. Keep things moving. As long as you're moving, that's the main thing. Thank you, Yoko. One of my Zwift friends, Yoko Wada, also a supporter of the U.S.-Japan Baseball Diplomacy Project. So thank you very much, Yoko. We just wrapped that project up. The first part of it, anyway, took a team from the U.S. to Kamakura, Japan last August. 10 days of games and cultural events. It was fantastic. We also had a symposium here in Williamsburg of former coaches, players, journalists talking about the U.S.-Japan relationship through baseball. Also really fun. And then we had in February a Tokyo symposium, which is kind of our closing event for this part of the project. And that was also great, looking kind of ahead at U.S.-Japan baseball, what's coming up, what are the next developments, how to keep the relationship with the United States and Japan strong, all that kind of thing. So it was great. And now we're trying to move to the next phase. We're trying to find sponsors to help us bring the team from Japan, Kamakura, that our Williamsburg team played with, to Williamsburg, Virginia, to play games here. So that would really kind of be a true exchange where we went, our players went there and their players came here. And I think that would be great. I'd like to take them to D.C., Washington, D.C. for a few days, go to the monuments, go to the museums, and then come to Williamsburg. So that's the plan. That's what we're trying to do next. Yeah, Yoko, we got 51 miles. I'm going to run a little bit more, see how things go. We've been streaming now. We started at 8 a.m. So, we've been going for quite a while. 10 hours, I guess? If my math is right. After 51 miles, it's sometimes hard to do a little bit of math. All right, let's jog a little bit. Thanks, Professor Capello. Yeah, you know, how many more hours left in the day? What's it, 6 o'clock? We got 6 more hours. Plenty of time. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to make it another 6 hours. I knew I wanted to hit 50 miles, which we did. We accomplished that, which is great. And, you know, this is sort of just icing on the cake or gravy on the mashed potatoes or whatever. And the donations are still coming in. We just had a big one, actually. Got us up past 13,000. So, it seemed like I want to stop right now. And the donations are really kicking in. Sarah, I would say we're doing okay. I mean, you know, it's been 52 miles. Starting to get a little tired. You know how it is. Probably, you know, is 55 a good goal? I feel like 55 would match my longest one day on a treadmill number. So if I do like 55.1, that might be pretty good. That might be a good way to close out the day. I was saying earlier, you know, I had lunch on the treadmill. It'd be kind of nice to have dinner not on the treadmill. You know, with plates and a knife and fork, something like that. So I might try to stop in time to actually be able to do that and not have it be very late. Donation-wise, we're looking pretty good. I just checked. We're at 156. $13,164. Not bad. Not bad. So, yeah, I think we're kind of coming towards the end here. It's been a long day. Been streaming for over 10 hours. 8 a.m. this morning. It's been fun, though. There's been a lot of former students who have popped in to the chat. A lot of friends, faculty members, administrators, that kind of thing. So it's been good. I think next year I want to have a Zoom option so folks can talk to me on the stream. I think that'd be really fun. It's a little bit more logistically challenging, but I think that'd be really cool. So yeah, it's been a good day. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. Okay, after a very tough negotiation with Taylor, we've determined I'm going to stop at 55.55, which seems to have a nice poetic kind of ring to it. Now, stopping exactly at 55.55 might be trickier than it seems, but I will try. Because Zwift, you have to like get off the treadmill and stop the thing and then get over to the machine. It can be a little tricky to time that correctly, but we'll give it a shot. But 55.55 would mean longest run I've done in a single shot on the treadmill. And I think that that's a nice appropriate number to end at. And that will also allow me to have dinner tonight at a table with a plate and forks, or a fork and a knife, which sounds great. Sounds great. So yeah, get those donations in. You can of course donate after the stream is over, but if you want to donate during the stream and see the numbers go up, go ahead and get those donations in now. We just got 2 more. I'm going to update the spreadsheet. Okay, guys, we're approaching our last mile. Gonna get to 55.55. Can't guarantee I'm gonna be able to stop on a dime, but we'll be able to get at least 55.55. And we're gonna call it a day. Call the live stream a day after streaming for, 11 hours? Something like that? The mind doesn't really do math at this point. 54 miles in. But we started at 8 a.m. and that's 10:42. So yeah, almost 11 hours coming up on. Not bad, not bad. All right, basically one more mile. Get those last live stream donations in. They're still trickling in, which is good. Haven't stopped. Hi, Pam. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, today has been it's been a long day, but it's gone by pretty fast, to be honest with you. It's been fun chatting with people in the chat, and that part makes it go by pretty quickly. Also, the treadmill part, a lot of that's mental, obviously. It's more engaging outside, but it's been fun. It's been fun to reconnect with some former students who popped by and had some good chats with them. So, all in all, a good experience. We're going to call it at 55.55 because 55 is the longest I've ever gone in one shot on the treadmill. So we'll break that record by going the extra half mile. And, and I'll have dinner. I ate lunch today on the treadmill. I'm looking forward to forks and knives as being part of my dinner plans for this evening. Yeah, I had lots of emails today, most of which I could handle on the phone, which was good. Teams on the phone made it pretty easy. So, still able to get some work done. When I had to use the laptop, that was a little tricky because it's hard to run on the treadmill and type on the laptop at the same time. But the phone does most of what we need to do. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by, Pam. Appreciate it. I think you're right. I'm going to be sore tomorrow. I'm okay. I appreciate that, though. David Trickler, actually, he had the same offer. He's like, I'll go scrounge up some sweets for you. But didn't need them. Tomorrow, rest day, Sarah? Absolutely not. Recovery day. 2 or 3 easy miles. But you need to get that recovery in. Pam, Sarah jokes with me because I don't really take rest days. I'm not a big believer in them. I just run. She thinks that's nuts. She's probably right. I mean, rest days can be good. Mentally, I think. Just to kind of take a day off from running. But in my experience, I often feel worse the day after a rest day than a day after I do at least a little something. Sounds counterintuitive, but rest for me doesn't always fix the problem. All right, we're approaching the end here, everybody. I want to thank you for joining us today. Thank everybody who donated. Even if you didn't donate, but you watched, that's cool. Thanks for supporting our department, our students, William and Mary. We don't do this every day. This is a once-a-year thing, one tribe, one day. So it's nice to have one day where everybody kind of focuses on raising money for important programs. And I think we raised a good amount of money today, and hopefully we'll continue through this evening. If you hadn't made a donation yet and you still want to, there's time. And that'll count towards our various challenges that we have. Let me just double check our numbers. Yeah, we're at 165 now. I can update that. And 13,639. Thanks, Pam. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Looking forward to a shower and some food and more water, of course. All right. I think let me just make sure we hit the number. I think we hit it basically perfect, although I know Zwift is probably going to give me a little extra on the final bit there. But we are now down to 0, stopping the treadmill. Like I said, thanks everybody. Really appreciate the support. See you again next year. Same time, same place, if not before then. All right, have a good night, everybody.